Okay. One second here. And oh shoot. Okay. Okay. Almost there. Okay, we are good. Right, we should be good. Make sure my mic's on. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, what's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome back into the stream. We got some lunch. We're back at it here. Hey, Control Crusader. Welcome. We're back at it here, ready to keep going on our Poly Market project, Polywhirl. Feeling good, feeling good. Yeah, so I am ready to get started here. If you guys are, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back in. How we doing? Everybody feeling good? So let's go ahead and get our terminal set up here. This is gonna kick over into our, there we go. So let's do a cd into our client, npm run dev. Ahead and get our terminal set up. Whoa! Get out of here. Quiet down, man. Okay, I think, there we go. I don't want my mic to be too loud. I think it was a little bit too loud there. So let me go settings. Let me bump this up to this one. Okay, cool. Welcome in, everybody. Feels good to be here. Okay. So today we are going to be working on our project Polywhirl. The front end design here is definitely lacking. We need to rethink our design here. We are struggling with our abilities to be creative on this. But yeah, so let's go ahead and fire up our backend. Let's go wait for this to kick over into our environment. There it goes. All right, we'll go unicorn api.main app. Oh, so let's go here. Let's go docker compose up. Docker. Now we can do this. There we go. Now what we'll do is do this. There we go. And now we refresh and we are in. There we go. Just like that, we're in our project. So this is Polywhirl so far. We probably should run this in the background here. So let's open up a new terminal here. We'll run a new log. We'll clear out our data. So let's go this guy here. Let's do, and then I'll also just open up a new terminal here. So let's do drop table user. Drop table users, leaders, leader, snaps. Didn't like that. Okay, let's just do drop table. Oh, you can't do drop table all. Why is it doing that? Yeah. Is it just thinking? What's taking forever to drop this table? Oh, is it because it's being used? I think that's why. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Gosh, I suck. There we go. Okay, so now there should be nothing in the database. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh this. Yeah, nothing here. Okay, so we're gonna run this for today as if this was our first run for today. I got that keyboard interrupt for some reason. Why does that? Okay, so I'm gonna delete this pipeline log as well. All right, here we go. Ooh, module found DB. No module found here, DB, right? In our API made. Oh, I'm not trying to run this one, sorry. Trying to run just this. All right, let that cook for a little bit. What's going on, everybody? How's it going? Got our pipeline running here. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. Welcome in. Okay, it's processing our leaderboard chunks. So we'll start getting that in a second. We'll let that run in the background here. So what I'm interested in for doing today is we need some front end pages, right? Or we'll get like a little bit of a checklist. We'll use our tools, right? The modern age, AI is not going anywhere, so we need to learn to adapt it into our workflows. So we'll use it to give us some next steps and things we should focus on and fine tune our spotlight onto, and then move from there. Implementing the code ourselves. So got that $6.99 deal of the day from Subway. It's a pretty good one today. I highly recommend. I usually don't get Subway, but it was pretty banging today. We also need to keep in mind we need to figure out a way to handle these failures for people that don't have public information on their profiles. So sometimes they don't allow on some of the leaders to access them for private reasons. I don't know why the API doesn't let us get their information, whether it be like a private profile. I'm not sure if that's the case, but there's a select, 1 or 2% of the leaderboard profiles that aren't being able to be read, maybe less than that. So we need to keep that in mind for maybe how to handle those. Maybe we want to serve those addresses as a separate field on the leaderboard for leaders that were found but weren't able to be read for a snap. We'll keep that in mind though as we keep moving on here. But as this runs, let's go ahead and get a prompt going. They have a nice extension. Yeah, I thought about using it, but can you still use the free version? I don't pay for anything. I just use the free version. So I don't have it like implement code directly into the code base or anything and go through all that or use Claude Code really. I just use the free versions, and I'm just pretty good at prompting stuff and being detailed with my descriptions. All right, hello, I am back and we are working on the Polywhirl project data pipeline, where last time we left off on was writing tests for our authentication and leader routes, basically testing our API endpoints to make sure that they were throwing the right errors on the right data inserts, posts, and whatnot. His phone's going off. That being said, I'm wanting to figure out where we should shift our focus next in terms of this project. Should we keep going on with testing? I don't think we really tested our leaders routes yet and got those. We could implement a few more tests for authentication, but you can always add more tests, it seems like, for different types of scenarios to cover your bases. There's always more tests to be added, but for development purposes for today, is there anything we should focus on? I'm thinking, now that we have working, backend capabilities for user authentication and gaining users into the database, we want to maybe think about how we want to, maybe distinguish between development versus production database environments. So that we don't, delete anything. I mean, right now it's all just development because we don't have anything live. But if we ever wanted to start, using our pipeline to start gathering data for past, so we have something to launch with, we might want to keep that in mind. But I don't think we're really there yet. That also being said, it kicked me off here. Oh, it's gonna make me say it. Send it. Okay, I can still type though. I don't think we are there yet. So maybe with backend working for users, we need a way for the front end to send that data. So making client-side pages for sign in and register. Good overview. Let me help you organize because you're thinking about a lot of things at once. Here's where you actually stand. The back end is solid. The auth endpoints work, are tested and started. Tests are started and pipeline runs. Leaderboard serves data. That's real progress. The most logical step in the front is the front end auth pages. Log in and register. Here's why. Right now you have a working backend with no way for real users to interact with it. The leaderboard is visible, but there's no account system connected to the UI. Building the front-end auth pages closes that loop and gives you something that you can actually show people end to end on dev versus prod environments. You're right to think about it, but you're also right that it's not urgent yet. The clean way to handle it is pydantic settings with a env variable. Then load different DB credentials based on that. Simple and solves that problem, but do this when you're actually ready to deploy, not before. On testing, you can always add more tests. For now, you have enough coverage to be confident that auth works. Come back and test when you need to add new features. Today's focus is the front end auth pages. You need 2 pages: login and register. Oh gosh, no, it's front end design. Here we go. Oh, we've met our match here. Front end, back at it again. Ah, lose my hair. All right. Front end making me pull my hair out. Okay. My pipeline's almost done. All right, we're in our front end here. Let's go over to our client source. There we go. So we have assets here, which is empty, components, which is empty, and pages. Okay. And then these are all of our pages here. This is our client, right? These are all our functions that for getting our APIs. Okay. All right. I remember now. Is everything almost done here? Almost there. 37 out of 43. All right. Here we go. So sign in dot JSX. All right, here we go. So we need to export default sign in, which is a function. Oh, I suck at JavaScript so bad. Just opens up like that. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, we're chilling. I'm so bad at this. Okay, it always takes me forever to write front end stuff. Okay, sign in. So our sign in page, our leader page, do we have anything? So we have to use the use navigate and from the React Router DOM. So let's take this. Right, we need that. Let's do, no, we don't need that, that's fine. That's fine, I don't need those. We need to export those into components. Okay. Okay. This sucks so bad. So what are some things that we, okay, so I guess let's work with the AI here. I mean, and not gonna write code, but let's, okay, so we have 2 pages. You need 2 pages, login and register. And then our app, we're going to have pages, login and register. Import login from pages, log in. Oh, sign in. So it's login, rename. Login. Right, import. And then we're going to add a new page as register, right? .jsx. And this is going to be export default register. Opens up. And then we'll do that as well. So this will be register. And then we have route. We have route. Oh, this is where it's going to get tough here. We'll make a little bit dark. All right. Okay. Okay. Where do we go from here? This is the question. Okay, log in and register. Okay. Before we start, where do you want to store the JWT token client side? This is an important security decision. What are your options and what are the trade-offs of each? What do you guys think? Where do we want to store the JSON web token client side? What is a better security decision here? An important security decision. What's a trade-off of each? I don't really know. Well, let's think. Like maybe you can store it in user session. Maybe you can store it in cookies. So let's maybe think. I am not really super familiar with front-end development. I would like to use this opportunity to learn more and solidify an understanding or gain an understanding. I'm much more suited for Python stuff, so I'm gonna need a lot of help here. Breaking things down into detail. I don't really want you to write the code like usual. I'm gonna write it myself, but I'm gonna need your help to help break things down and guide me like as a teacher. So maybe from just some things I can think of off the top of my head, maybe like user session or like cookies. I'm not really sure where else we can, put the data client side besides like maybe in the browser, but but why, how would we, like where, yeah, I just don't really know much about client side stuff. So let's talk about it. Let's build some mental model before touching any code. What does storing a token client side actually mean? When your user logs in, your fast API at backend returns a JWT token, just a string, right? The JWT token is just a string, a long string. The browser needs to hold on to the string so it can send it with every future request. The option is where in the browser do you put it? You have 3 real options. Oh, I guess so maybe like a state variable, local storage, I guess like something else on my option 1 is local storage. The browser has a built-in key value store called local storage. You've already used it in your leaderboard for storing the sort, preference, and dark mode. Simple, persist across page reference refreshes and browser restarts. But there's a security problem. Any JavaScript running on your page can read local storage. If your site ever has an XSS vulnerability, malicious script injected into your page, the attacker can steal the token instantly. Session storage. Same as local storage, but clears when the tab closes. Less persistent, same XSS problem. Option 3, HTTP only cookie. The server sets a cookie with a special HTTP only flag. This means JavaScript cannot read it at all. Only the browser can send it automatically with requests. XSS attacks can't steal what JavaScript can't read. This is the most secure option, but requires your backend to set the cookie rather than returning the token in the response body. Hold on. Gotta sneeze here. Hold on. There we go. Should be good. Okay. The server, okay, so, but requires your backend to set the cookie rather than returning the token in the response body. So the trade-off in playing English, most secure, requires backend changes. For your project right now, you're in early development, no real users, no sensitive data. Let's not use I would rather just get it over with and implement the use of cookies so we can be secure up front. So how HTTP only cookies work with fast API. Instead of returning the token in the response body like this, of access token and token bearer, okay, so let's think here. So here in security, we are not in here in our authentication. So here, instead of returning the access token, your backend sets it as a cookie on the response directly. The browser stores it automatically and sends it with every future request to your domain. JavaScript never touches it. What needs to change on the backend? Your login and register endpoints currently return the token in the JSON body. You need to change them to set a cookie instead. Fast API makes this straightforward with the response object. So we have so we need to import a response object here. And inside of our routes, have a response, which is a response. Okay. Like that. So we have all of our logic here. And then we need to set a cookie. So this response is an object. So we'll do response dot set cookie, and then we have this. So our key equals to, quote, access token. Our HTTP only equals to true. Our secure equals to true. And our same site equals to, quote, lacks. CSRF protection. Okay, 3 cookie flags worth understanding. So then you set a cookie. Then here you return a message, and it's just login. It's login successful. Okay, let's try to figure out what's happening here. Well, access token. Oh, that's what we're missing. So access token, or sorry, not. Its value is equal to the access token here that we are creating. Right? So let's read what's happening. The HTTP only flag set to true makes that JavaScript cannot access this cookie. So this protects against XSS injection, where if they found an opportunity to inject JavaScript or malicious JavaScript and run it on our browser, our site, they could potentially pull the data out of the local storage, which could be, if you have people's data in there, they can get access to that. Okay, so that gets rid of that. So JavaScript cannot read this. Secure equals to true. Cookie only sent over HTTPS. In development, you'll need to set this to false temporarily since you're on localhost. Okay, so we'll set this to okay, whatever, I guess. So I'll have to remember this. Okay. Oh, no, yeah. Sorry, no. This one. Okay. Same site equals, quote, lacks protects against CSRF attacks. Browser only sends the cookie on requests originating from your own site. What needs to change on the front end? When you make a request with fetch, you'll need to tell it to include cookies. Okay, so in our client-side API functions here, when we say fetch, we fetch this route here. And then we need to give it a parameter of credentials, quote, include, like this. Okay? Without credentials include, the browser won't send a cookie. What needs to change inside our core setting now? For cookies to work across origin, your React on port 5173 talking to Fast API on port 8000 needs to update your core's middleware. So in our core's middleware here for attached to our Fast API app, we need to add a line here for allow credentials equals to true. Okay. Hey, Mayor, how's it going? Hold up, I'll answer that question in just a second. Okay, now what needs to change in our dependencies? Right now, get current user reads the token from authorization via the OAuth2 password bearer. Right? With cookies, you read it differently. So get current user takes in an access token, which is not a depends. Depends on a cookie rather. Okay, so we're gonna import here. It's gonna be cookie, right? We don't use OAuth2 password bearer anymore. You don't use OAuth2 password bearer anymore. This would go to cookie. We're going to need some explanation on this, which is none. For access token. If access token. We're going to raise an HTTP error here. This is going to be, what, 401? Detail would be unauthorized, or not authenticated, not. Okay, we need some explanation here. So then we get the payload. Yeah, that's the same thing. So now we're going to do the same thing here, which is cookie for our current user. Okay, so let's say let's take this. Let's say, okay, I am trying to make the changes here. How can I change? Do I need to change? Let's see what I need to get some feedback on this one. So how can do I need to change the depends over on this function? Hey, I got a Delta, so I'm a beginner right now in this field. I'm currently doing bachelor, so what should I focus on, bachelor or front end? I don't know, dude. Whatever, whatever makes you happy in life. I think you should focus on. Whatever brings you joy in life. Whatever makes you happy in coding. Yeah, the limiter just sends basically a cap of requests, so they can't spam it or whatever. Okay, so we still need depends here. Huh. Okay, so you removed it when you did this, but get current you still use it. So we still need the depends for this function here. So this still uses the depends. Right? We don't use the OAuth2 password bearer anymore. Your backend will set the cookie with key equals to access token, so the parameter in get current user needs to match exactly. Oh, okay. It needs to match exactly in the parameter name here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now this sets the cookie here. So now we need to do that in this one. So instead of creating a payload and sending it here, we create a payload, but let's just kind of return similar type here. Right, and then we need to add a response object that is sent back for cookie to verify. And so we have access token here, true, secure, false, say register successful registration. Register successful. Okay, I think that set us over appropriately. Let's take this, get some feedback here. Let's get some feedback on this. This is clean and correct. The cookie implementation is right with secure equals to false for dev. Two small things. Suggesting us to add a logout endpoint. With cookies, you only need a way to clear them. Without logout, a user session lives until the token expires. Hey, how's it going, Imperium? Welcome in. Yeah, I probably need to look at more of like a flowchart, Jimmy, and watch a video. We might need to take a peek at that. So Polywhirl is this site here. Oop, not Desmos. Let's go back. Let me fix this real quick. Register log. Transfer me semicolon here. Why is this wrong? I forgot. So hold on. Let me fix this so you guys can see the site at least, because our pipeline finished here. So we're trying to add these pages. We just need to pass something here. Just return. I'm trolling. I don't know. Did I not have this set up right? This is so bad. The front end crap. Export default function leaderboard. Do the return object. Oh yeah, you return this. No, who knows? What? Who knows? I forgot. Oh, I'm really gonna have to feed this. Come on, Mike. You're an idiot. I don't know how to do that. Oh, yeah, right. Export default function login. Right, you have to declare it's a function. Ah, trolling, dude. I suck at JavaScript so much. Okay, so now let's start our backend again. All right, we're good. Okay. Holy Moses, that was rough. Okay, so this is Polywhirl so far. What this is we wrote this script that what it does is it goes through Polymarket, goes through all of its leaderboards, aggregates all of the addresses into a set. It goes through all of those addresses. We get closed positions for the past 30 days, and we get all of their open positions. And then we compute some more advanced statistics for each trader, such as prediction accuracy, like a crystal ball rating, overall win rates across those 30 positions, closed positions, and open ones. Open wins, open positions, partial win rates for open positions that are totally open still, but they have closed inner like trades within them. We computed an overall edge for these traders, and then their closed positions, which a lot of people really care about. Um, so you have the ability here to see all of the leaders on across and then sort them this way. My goal here is to cap it at the 25 mark for free users, so free users can see the 25 aggregated leaders, and I'll potentially also go through these and filter out like abnormals, and whatnot. But this is kind of just a MVP. Man, my throat's kind of itchy. I don't know. I need to close that window. It's the allergies. Anyway, and then so then hopefully my goal is that paid users will be able to access the full leaderboard, all users they would like. And then they can also have another feature I'm going to add on here for a custom search. So they can search up any address on Polymarket, and then they can not go back only 30 days, but go back maybe their entire lifespan and compute a snapshot for like just generate custom snapshots for any time frame. So that's kind of my goal for that. For those are going to be like kind of the two main features of the site to keep it kind of clean and not have too much bloat, and we'll go from there. So that this is the project. Thought I'd explain it. We got a lot of new people in here. Go back 5 minutes if you missed that explanation. Yeah, so like you can go on here and see like Baker McKenzie here. They are they're not taking too many positions, only 8 trades in the past 30 days. Right? But they're doing pretty good, right? They've had a little hot streak right here. So, but they have quite a lot of underwater loss right now. Positions 2. Total value is this. Interesting. Why didn't that compute? Let's see here. Is that not computing for anybody? Yeah, I probably need to go through and implement some tests, get some dummy data. I'll probably just export all the leaderboard data that I'm pulling for a trader to a JSON, and then write some tests to make sure that it's happening right, computing these stats correctly too. That's another thing we need to do. So I think we might have some small errors. Okay. Cool. Okay. So let's go ahead and we need to add a logout endpoint here to our authentication. Right? So this is going to be at router.post. And then this is going to be the route that we want, which would be logout. I don't know if we really need to limit this, but whatever. Async def logout takes in a request, right? Actually, it says it just takes in a response. Hmm. Hmm. So if it just deletes the cookie, you probably just need to, how do you validate that on the front end to see that they logged out? That's my question. So you do like response delete cookie, but you have to delete it for the specific key you're looking for, which is access token. Then you return a message. Right, log out. Successful. Change that to all methods allowed. Yeah, so who was that asked for the limiter? Yeah, so Fast API, I have this file here called limiter. You can use Slow API and add this limiter object. And then from Slow API utils, you can use the get remote access. Now this get remote returns the IP address of the current request, right? So the limiter applies on this key function to the IP address, the key of the function, right? This gets called, this function gets called and applied onto the limiter, I believe, right? And that gets saved into this object and this variable. Now in our thing here, we import the limiter here, and then you can decorate your functions with the limiter.limit and apply a ratio of requests per minute under each of these routes, right? And so that's what that does. So I'm still learning. This is my first time using these limiters with Slow API, so I'm still kind of figuring it out myself, but that's how I have it set up. I don't think I'm using the limiter here. Oh yeah, I am importing the limiter here. Oh yeah, I forgot. So you have to apply the limiter into the state of the app, right? So your app, your Fast API app is here, the object of your app itself. The app has a state, and you apply the limiter into the state of the app. So as long as your app is living, you have these limits that you can apply to it, to the various routes. Like it all lives and dies with the app state, right? Okay, and that's it. That's all. That's kind of all I done. You can add like the rate limit exceed handler here. I think you apply that um, here. This is another feature of it. So this gives you that error that gets thrown. Again, like I don't know that I didn't read the full documentation on this. I kind of just got a little bit of help on that one. But yeah. CS or data science? I don't know. I feel I don't really like telling people what they should or shouldn't do because I myself am learning myself. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I'm 27. I have been working as a chemist, and now I'm a molecular biologist for 4 years now, and I've been teaching myself to code for for a little under 2 years now. Oh, my stream's lagging here. Sorry, y'all. Come on, stop lagging. The internet sucks. I've never I tried to learn Flask once and I gave up because it tried to teach me Jinja syntax in that one session. I said screw this. I know that Jinja syntax works with Fast API as well, but it just soured my learning session, and so I learned Fast API and never looked back. I haven't learned it. I learned some basics about it, but that's all I've every like front end to back end thing I've done, from SpectroSim, ChromaPlot, the first little bits of Pocket Farm to this have all been with Fast API. It's just pretty easy and has a lot of really great built-in stuff. So that I've been learning. Um, I still think that I still think that CS can be viable, Phantom, but I will preface that I think the idea of college being a transitionary phase to the workforce is no longer a thing, or it shouldn't have been a thing, or never was a thing in the first place. I think it was a kind of a statistical thing that happened, that colleges used to inflate their applications and the need for college and whatnot. When in reality, I think it was just a byproduct of it, like it causing like not a super correlated effect, but had some sort of correlation, and they kind of use that in some of their marketing. I don't have any data to support that or whatnot, but that's just my hot take. And so I really think that, right now it's really kind of like a cream of the crop, kind of cream rises to the top kind of situation, where, you're going to skills. Think of it almost like a trade school, where it should be treated that way, where you're going there to gain skills, and if you don't have the ability to apply those skills into certain situations, or whatnot, then I think that you're going to be in for a rude awakening. If you're going to just coast by and be average, then I think you're in for a rude awakening. You have a lot of competition. You're competing with senior people, mid-level people getting laid off. They're having to take lower level positions now. So gone are the days where where it's like, oh, our college, our majors, have this much placement into the workforce. I think that metric is going to be quickly tossed aside, because colleges, their marketing is going to go to the crapshoot if they keep using it. So I it's much more going to be like, here's the skills we teach you, how to work on an engine in a car. Can you go use that to go start a shop, or go get a program to go join a shop or something. And it's going to be much more along those lines. I think, like, now it's difficult because not the world, you can't really go apply like theoretical physics or stuff into everyday situations, because the world revolves around much more business oriented things. So that's why those degrees are much more heavily pushed to learn those types of skills. um, but it's going to be, creativity will definitely be a huge ability, I think, skill set. I mean, you can probably start applying to the software roles. We did one interview for a software role, when we were kind of, I don't think we're totally ready for it. We were kind of naively applying earlier on into like our 1 year mark into programming, and we got smacked. So, hold on, let me go blow my nose. These allergies are brutal. We got smacked and got embarrassed, so I I haven't applied back since. I haven't applied to any since. I would love to do it though. Honestly, I think I could be pretty good at it. I don't know. I like learning. Okay, got a lot to learn though. I think we need to learn stuff like TypeScript and things like that though. A lot of jobs are requiring that. Okay, I think that this works. Let's go ahead and run our tests.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me.
Hey,
you're not that guy.
Okay.
Okay?
You?
Absolutely.
That failed. Thanks so much for the sub. All right, let's run our tests and make sure that our tests still work. Let's see here. Oh, hold up. We have to do PyTest tests / test auth .py -v. Okay, we had one failed test. So get access token from our response. So remember, we're no longer serving an access token in a response. We are getting it from a cookie. So we need to change up our test here to, this is good now. This is good because now we have these tests. We can just run these tests and make sure whatever we change in our code base passes all of our filters basically. So I actually like this, like doing it this way. We've never really coded this way before. I know the proper way, right? Okay, so here, response dot get access token. I think the response is already a key value object. So maybe we can get already on, but is it response dot get, is it cookie? Dot get access token. Let's try that. Hey! Woo! We are good. Let's go. The greens are very much like an endorphin kick. I feel it in my brain, just releasing those juices. Pause. Okay. I got it to. Okay, so we'll give a response. We'll say. We'll take our tests. We'll say. I got it to pass the test by changing the method to cookie on the response. And we are all green. The response now sets a cookie, so the test assertion needs to check instead of that. Good instinct. Man, people are so troll. Bro's acting like we aren't. What are you talking about? People are so annoying. Got that comment like 3 times. I'm gonna have to start banning it. Jimmy, we're gonna have to start timing out people that say that. They don't even sit and watch the stream for more than 2 minutes to see what's going on. Okay, cool. So now we have these 3 functions passed. So now let's quickly write in this test here. So this is test invalid password. So we need to create an email, make sure he's registered. So this will be do you have to create the email? I was wondering, like, can we just write a function to just create this email? Like, or can I call the test here and then... Okay. I don't know. I wonder if we could. I probably should. So we have our client here post to create a email. We're going to register this user. Right? We're going to get a status code that this user is back. We're going to do client dot so now we have to register invalid password. Oh, this is just invalid password. So we have test at gmail.com and our password is just gonna be like less than 8 characters. If it's just like D, it won't work. So this is going to be for invalid password. Let's go to our authentication for register. Huh. I thought we'd do a check on the password here. Data.password. Hash the password. That just returns the password under the password context using bcrypt. But I want to make sure that we are filtering this password. Oh, I think we do through this insert poly user using email and password hash. Huh. We do lower.strip on email here. Oh, so we don't even validate password here. I thought I wrote a function though to do that. Where did I put that? Oh, it might have been in the database. Right, it might have been in our database for inserting a user for authentication here. We do email here. Oh, but wait, hold up. This. So the password has to be to register a minimum field of 8, max of 64. So then let's create a password. So let's go back to our test auth. We're going to send an additional response. This will be password too short. Too long. We'll insert an F string into here. And we'll do let's do P times, I'll do, no, how can we say, P for G like that. So that'll handle password being too long. And so then we can just assert that the response here dot status code is equal to, so this is invalid, so this would be 401 for invalid password. Bad request, conflict, unauthorized, invalid credentials. $401. Yeah, probably. Okay, so now let's run our tests. Fixture object has no post. We search, and so this is supposed to be 422. 422 is good or bad? No, 422 is bad. 422 is what? What is 422? Unprocessable content. Let's ask what status code is risen when a field, when a pedantic field min length and max length is not, or is valid. When a pedantic field validation fails, 422 unprocessable entity. The request is syntactically valid JSON, but the data fails for validation rules. Okay, so I think it's working appropriately. So now if we just switch this to a 422, and then this is a 422 as well, and now we run. Yes! Oh, let's go! Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Look at us go. We got 15 people in here. If you guys are enjoying the stream, please leave a like and subscribe. We're almost to 4,900 and almost to 5K. Come on, get us there. Get us to 5,000. Come on. Okay. Nice. So what this does, if you guys aren't sure what I did here, for those that aren't super familiar with Python, this line is pretty simple. If you kind of are familiar with list comprehensions and just the functions, it's a quick little one-liner. I'm actually really surprised that I just pulled this off the top of my head that fast. I was kind of impressed. So you just do a string, and you want to join onto that string, right? A unit iterable and it's going to go through each one of those iterable characters and add it onto the string. And so what I did is I created an iterable on the fly here to insert into the join. And so the iterable is a list, and the list is the character P, and we're going to have the character P how many times, for, well, I don't really care about capturing the I or the index, right, that's passed back by the range. So I just said for underscore in range of 100. So trying to just a list of 100 P's, and this gets joined into a single string, which is not valid for our authentication field of 64 length maximums. So that was a quick way to do that. And yeah, I think that solves those. So let's take these tests and let's feed those back. Boom, tests be passing. Your question went beyond the minimum too, testing both too short and too long for the password. Good thinking. Oh, I'm so dumb actually. I'm trying to glaze myself. You could just do this. Python has an easier way to do it. Right, you could just do that. Oh, Mike, come on, you're making things too hard. You're not cool. You can just do P times 100. I guess you don't even need an F string either. Nice. All right, cool. Looks good. Things are looking good. Right now we have zero coverage of our test login. Think about what cases you need. Okay. So test register, in register, register, register. So these are /auth/register tests. I hate how it does this. Can't go to the end of the function without opening it. This is gonna be /auth/login tests. So def test user login success given the client. Okay, so we have a response. We're going to post onto the login route an email and a password. Right, we're going to log in. Wait, what just happened? Oh, hold up. Yeah, something, hold on. I just want to take this. Okay, so we register. So you have to create a user. You have to response. Should we just like rerun this? But this degrades, the fixture cleans up the email afterward. So we create a response equals to 200, right? So you create a user. Now what we're going to do is we're going to generate another response, and we're going to log in to the user using this. We're going to log in to the user. Now we're going to say our response dot cookies dot get so we create the user, we log in, we get the cookie of access token. So I'm not sure. I am stuck here. We need to access the cookie of the response for success. Do we want the message or status on the cookie? You want to assert three things. Status code 200. The response has the successful message and the cookie was set. So finish it like this. You tell me what goes in each assert based on your login endpoint and what your login endpoint actually turns. So you create the user and then you log in. Okay. You assert that right? You assert that the response dot is equal to 200 here. You get and then you assert that the response dot cookies dot get is equal to you assert that the access token so you need to do we need to I don't know, do we need to get the current user from our dependencies in order to verify the access token? close, but one mistake. The message and response is a body and not a cookie. Okay, so we have to do response.json. .get here. Oh, so all you have to do is just make sure the cookie is not none. Right, because the cookie, this intercepts the cookie before it goes to the dependency get current user. This returns a message back and sets a response, sets the cookie on the response for this. So where is the dependencies intercepting? You don't need to get current user here. You're just testing that the endpoint sets the cookie correctly. Decoding and verifying the token contents would be a separate test if you wanted it, but for now, is not none confirms the cookie exists. Yeah, right. So finished at the last assertion. So hold on. Where is the dependency injecting itself on the cookie? It's not injecting on the cookie. Let me clarify. Dependencies.py is not involved in login or register at all. Here's the separation. Login/register creates the cookie. No dependencies involved. Right, so in our auth.py, log in and register, they just create a cookie on the response and return back a JSON, an object. Protected endpoints are dependencies.py. They read the cookie and verify the token. Login is the bouncer checking your ID and giving you a wristband, a cookie. Dependencies is the staff inside checking your wristband before letting you into the VIP area, protected endpoints. But I think I might need a little bit more of a deeper dive explanation and simpler breakdown because dependencies.py are get functions for returning user info or a payload. They're not protected endpoints themselves. Or maybe they are because they require a certain access token and the get current verified user depends upon a verified access token from get current user. But I'm trying to figure out where in the flow of these is this get current user and get current verified user getting called. I can't really remember where I put that. Right, so our auth.py creates access tokens and returns an access token back. We then, on the response, set a cookie to it, and then just return a JSON object, which is a message. but we don't ever do anything onto the response from there. We just return a message. Dependency functions are never called directly. They only run when a protected endpoint uses depends. Oh, so this runs, which subsequently calls this. So these are just helper functions for this overall function here, right? Right now you have zero protected endpoints. That's why you haven't seen them fire yet. They're written and ready, but nothing is using them. So login creates a token, sets a cookie, and returns a message. Register creates a token, sets cookie, and returns a message. Log out deletes a cookie and returns a message. When you eventually build something like watch lists, it depends upon the get current user. Fast API sees depends upon the get current user and runs it before your endpoint code. That's the only time get current user fires. Oh, okay, that's why we haven't seen it yet. Is because we need to set up a route, right, that would fire a depends. And then that would see, okay, what all is dependent upon this route in our dependencies here. And we get hit here. Something like that. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Like the idea of streaming. How's it going? Well, we'll need some help with the front end for sure. I'm trying to clean this up a little bit more. I kind of want to take like kind of like an inspiration from. I kind of want to like the cleanness of like an Apple website. That's kind of what I'm wanting to go off of. So I kind of need to do some studying and look and get some examples, make up like a mood board, and then come back to this because this is a pretty just bare, basic, quick thing we did. No, this isn't on GitHub. This is private. This is my personal project. It's on GitHub, but it's private. Okay. So if that's the case, Fast API sees depends, get current user, runs it before your current endpoint. Got you. So for the full flow for the protected requests is the browser sends requests with the cookie. Okay, it sends a request to our server with the cookie. Fast API sees depends, get current user. Where are they seeing that? What do you mean Fast API sees that? Is that in our request? Get user for auth. Let's ask that question. When you say Fast API sees depends get current user, where is that happening? So the browser is sending our server a request with the cookie saying, I'm trying to log in or access information from the server. Here's my cookie to verify that I can get that information for maybe that user associated with said cookie credentials. Right? Kind of like the wristband on a person at a nightclub analogy. But I'm confused on Fast API seeing, quote unquote, a depends call on the get current user. We're just setting a cookie and returning a message in these endpoints. You're right. In your current endpoints, Fast API never sees depends get current user because you haven't used it anywhere yet. Let me be more concrete. Your current endpoints have no protection. So login takes in a request, response, and data, and register takes in request, response, and data. These endpoints are wide open intentionally. You don't need a token to log in. That's where you get the token. Depends only appears when you write a new endpoint that requires authentication. You haven't written one yet. Here's what it'll look like when you do. Okay, so here's an example. At router.get for the route /me. We have an async function definition, get me, which takes in a current user, which is a default to depends get current user, and returns the current user. When someone hits the /me endpoint, right, calls that endpoint, request arrives at the /me, Fast API reads the function signature, sees depends, runs the get current user first, gets the current user, reads the cookie from the request, decodes the JavaScript, the JSON web token, returns the payload. Fast API passes that payload as a current user to your function, returns your function. Your function runs. The cookie flow end to end. Step 1, user registers or logs in. Your endpoint creates a JSON web token, sets it as HTTP only cookie on the response, and browser stores the cookie automatically. Step 2, the user visits a protected page. The browser automatically sends the cookie with the request. Fast API runs depends get current user. Get current user reads the cookie, verifies the JSON web token, and your endpoint gets the user info. Right now, you're only on step 1. You have registration and login working. Step 2 doesn't exist yet because you haven't written any protected endpoints. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Right. We haven't written any endpoints that are checking for the dependencies. That makes a lot more sense. We haven't written any endpoints that check for the wristband right now, right? According to our analogy. Exactly. Right now your app has register and log in, which give out wristbands, and log out, which takes a wristband away. The leaderboard API is public. There's no wristband check. And leaderboard address, there's no wristband check at all either. Okay. That sounds good. I created a website for a school project. Nice, dude. Is verified Boolean or truthy? Yeah, it's a Boolean, or so. I guess we could remove it, and is created at would be. Well, they have a created at, and then is verified. I guess would be like for, like, two-factor maybe. I think that's why I have it in there. Okay. Cool. All right, so now I think we are good to run this test. Now that we understand what's going on a little bit better, we can run this test because what we're doing is we're just setting the cookie to the access token is not none, making sure that the user, right, we're creating a user, so this is giving them a wristband. We're taking the wristband and we're logging in saying, hey, we got our wristband, we're coming in. We're making sure that we get in. We're making sure that the login message is successful, and we're making sure that we have a wristband. Right. So we probably wouldn't get a 200 status code if we didn't have all these other things, right? So it probably would work out anyways. Dang. Okay. Um, 429. Too many requests. Am I rate limiting myself here? Hold on. If we did a 1, 2. Let's see here. 3 per minute. Yeah, I think I rate limited myself. Hold on. Go to here and do here. Let's just comment this out for now. Okay. So now if we run this. Hey, let's go. All test pass. Nice. That looks good. So now we gotta log in here. Oh my gosh! Now I gotta write some front end code to log in. Um, let's shift focus to the login and register. All right, let's just get some visual working. Before we write any code, think through what these 2 pages need to do at a high level. The register page needs to show a form with email and password fields. On submit, it sends a post. Okay, so let's kind of start writing some stuff here. So let's go ahead and push this up first. Let's go user register and login endpoint. Okay, let's go to our client side sources. Let's go to our pages and we're going to open up the page login. Okay. Now I want to make sure where are we using the React router used const navigate use navigate here in our function. You just call it there? Is that the only thing we use navigate for here? Oh, we call navigate. Oh, so we're navigating on using that to navigate back to another route. Okay. So if I go back to my app and I call, so we have these routes here. This is going to be a login. This is going to be a register route. This is going to be /login. This is going to be /register. Right? And login/register. Cool. So now if we go to here and go /login, we get a blank page. Now, if we go to log in here and return a div that says login page, boom, hey, woo, let's go. We're cooking. All right, so wait. All right, cool. That's nice. Now let's design. Okay, so let's go over to our leader page. I'm going to quickly just grab the beginning functionality of this. So like if basically I'm gonna grab this first div almost here. And then okay, and then we'll take all of this on the inside. These two divs and get rid of them. Okay. All right, now we say hello. We are good. Okay, now this is, got you. And if I go a border here, where's this at? Across the whole thing, nice. Okay. So what we're gonna do is open up a form. Ooh. I guess I could, do we have form from React Router DOM? It progressively has email. Here we have a form. You might have to drop the link to your website if you want people to check out in my Discord, link down below. Okay, so form, we're gonna have a field. Is there a field object? Or is it input? Let me look up an example, just an arbitrary example. HTML form example basics. Okay, so we have a form. On the form you have actions. Action for this form is going to be /login. And the method we're going to do for this form is a post method. Okay, cool. We have label. So we want to apply a label and an input. Got you. So you have labels and inputs, which will be like email. And then you have an input, which will say class name, border, rounded, okay. Then you have password, right? Now we can do a div probably to contain this form. Okay, we'll do class name here, flex column. No, that's going to be applied to the form and whatever else is in the same line as the form. So that's not what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to apply probably a div within the form itself on these labels here, and then class name be flex column. No, but that will make, yeah, and that's not what I wanted. Email input, right? And then I guess you have to do this. Like this. Now we'll need to wrap this one. Right. This opens. Take this out there. In. Okay, so now we have that. So now we need to set I'm not gonna look at it on stream, dude, sorry. It's not the point of this stream. Okay, password. So maybe we should do grid columns 2. Right, this is going to be grid how do you grid children HTML CSS grid layout? Let's ask. So let's say would a grid be the better option for aligning the different text lengths in email and password? Good start to the structure, but before we talk about the layout, there's fundamental issues. In React, you don't use action and method on forms. Instead, you control the input values using useState. You handle submissions with the onSubmit calls. Okay, so we'll do import useState. We're going to have a const email set email, which is equal to useState and will be a blank string. And do a similar approach, but for password, set password useState. So then the form, instead of doing these, we would do an on submit. We would set, we'd call a handler right? We would just call it handle function. So then we would write a function here, which would be is that how you write it? Maybe not. Handle submit, which calls set email to we would call the set email, and we'd set email to what? Whatever the value is at the email label input. So this would need what, like a key? Email? So we get a key. Is it like this? Set an email and password. This is where we're not going to be so good. Let's get some feedback here. Hey David, maybe watch the stream for more than 230 seconds. Let's get some feedback here. I don't think I am doing this correct. You're on the right track, but missing a few key pieces. Let me break it down what's wrong. Input value. Inputs aren't controlled. Your inputs have no value or on change. React doesn't know what's being typed. Okay. Okay, so it was right before, so it would be, but it's not key, it's value, sorry. So the value is the email, and the value here equals to password. Something like that. Now, okay, so then what you do is you have an on change. I'm going to set email. No, not like that. You do the event set email for e.target.value. Like that, okay. So on change, you call this function, call set email to do this, given this event. So then on change, but this is for password. So a similar approach is going to happen here for up at our email. Set email. The e.target.value is the current value of the input as the user types. Every keystroke updates state. Every state re-updates re-renders the input with the new value. Okay, so then on handle submit, which takes in the event, you just prevent default. Which stops the page from reloading. And then we call our API function here. Right, because then this would, so API here, client. So we have a function here, export default function, export async function. User register given the email password. No. Yeah. So call API. Give it a data, email, and a password. Okay, so just give it an object. You fetch so we would fetch our /register endpoint. Oh, we don't need that. Okay, so then we have this now. Okay. So then we wouldn't call fetch the API, we'd ping the API and supply a request. So how would we write this? Okay. So I'm working on /API /register. We're going to do credentials include. But we need to send data. Say, let's work on the API part below the in the handle submit. Okay. Okay, so we need to write this function, login function. User login. The login function follows the same pattern but with a post request and a body.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay. Thank you. Absolutely.
You don't say post here. So what do you say? So you send email and password as JSON in the body. Okay, so you say await we send a post request. We send await there's no post here. You don't. Is it DOM? So I have just this set up so far. User login data. We wouldn't. How to send a post request in JavaScript? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Post request with JavaScript. So you fetch URL with a met. Okay. So you still use this fetch. Right, and we have base URL here / API / login. And then in the body here, yeah, here. So the data that we're going to enter okay, yeah, here. And we're going to open this up. We're going to have method is post, and then headers so we're sending JSON, right? Headers content type is application / JSON. Body, right, is JSON dot stringify data. Return response dot JSON. Okay, so I think that'll do it. So that sends the data with okay. So login has to call import user login. We're going to call user login. We're going to pass it a data object of email equals to email. Password is password. So we'll send this data using the user login. We get a response back, right? So we say if response dot okay, so let's take what we got so far. And let's take our JavaScript function. We'll say this is what I have so far. What do you think I need to now check the response and make sure it's valid, and then probably call the next nav to a protected route. A few things to fix before we handle the response. In client.javascript, we're missing credentials include. In our thing here. This would just be, I don't know why that's a string. Like that. Right now, if the server returns a 401, you'll still get res.json back with no indication something went wrong. Check the response first. So it says to check the response first, saying if res, not res.ok, we're going to have an error created. Throw new error, error.detail, or login failed. Something like that. What's it like being you? I don't know. Just chilling, pretty chill. Response. So that'd be const response. So user login is async, so it needs a wait. which means handle submit needs to be async as well. Async function handle submit. Await const response. No, that doesn't work. Oh. Equals await. User login email password here. I think that's what we want. Then we can have a const error set error state, which is null. So we're going to go use navigate to slash so use navigate, right, like that, and then they navigate. So we're going to say const response user login dot then so then after you log in, so then you're going to I don't know. Mm-hmm. So we would set an error. So we would navigate success. So response dot. So we need to say if response dot if not response dot okay, we're going to set error what I call set error let's see here. Let's get some feedback. Kind of stuck here. I am bad at front end. I am getting stuck, needing a little help. GitHub, my GitHub repo, GitHub profile link is in the description. Okay, so our client, the issue is that error handling needs to move to client.js because response.ok doesn't exist on the parse JSON object. It only exists on the raw fetch response you called. So our handle submit function is going to prevent default. We're going to clear the previous error by setting set error to null if there is a previous error. Okay. We then try to await user login by passing it email and password like that. Okay. You then will navigate to the home page. You do that. You can catch an error here and then just call set error to the error given. We're going to do the error.message is what we're going to set it to. Then display the error inside your JSX. So inside of our JSX here, so we have our form here. So our form then will have paragraph. This will go like this. It'll be JavaScript. It'll happen kind of like we'll have to logically, if error and paragraph, you can just do the error here. Yeah. We're going to open up a class name and just do text red 500 text small like that. So if we error okay, so now what we need to do is we need to create a button for this form. Actually, delete this. Okay. So now we have this. So what I want to do is add a button to the form. This will be like that. One second. Like that. Not found. Not found. Okay. Okay, let's get some feedback here. The logic is correct and clean. Good work getting yourself there. Two things. Oh, it's cursor pointer, right? Sorry. Pointer. Okay, so now what I think I'm going to do though is I have a project. One second here. I have a project called Pocket Farm. Repos. Pocket Farm client, Pocket Farm app, pub source, pages, sign in page. Let me open this one. Okay, so this guy here sign in page here. Okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm going to paste it here. I say this is from my other project. I think we can convert this to the form style and use in our current okay. Okay, I'm just going to get this conversion from cloud this time. Okay. Cool. So we're going to combine basically our previous project style into this current one that we have here. And we're going to use our tools. We don't need to sit here and do that ourselves. That defeats the purpose of the recent tools we have at our disposal. So we'll take this and boom. There we go. Now, boom. We already had one of these set up already, basically. So now we're here. Okay. But what I think I'm going to do is hold on one second. Okay. That's fine. So now we should have these abilities, right? So test email at gmail.com, dummy password. Nice. Not found. Okay. So we don't register, we don't have a register page. All right, cool. So this will have very similar functionality in the register page, right? So register is going to have a lot of this stuff: email, password, error, show password, user register, navigate to log in, else mirror false. Okay. We're then going to create a Polywhirl account. There we go. Email password. We're going to do register. Here on H2. We'll add an H1. This says Polywhirl here. Right? This will be an H1. Text 3XO. This will be text center. We'll do margin bottom 4. Well, we'll probably have a header, so we probably don't need actually. We'll delete this. This will be register account registration. I don't know, what should we say? Registration, create an account. Just say welcome to Polywhirl. What should we say? Welcome to Polywhirl. Create a Polywhirl account. Enter your email and password to create a Polywhirl. We'll say enter your email and password. Enter your email and password to create an account. Something like that. Hey, ciao, how's it going? Hey, Gojo, welcome in, everybody. If you guys aren't subscribed, if you guys could subscribe, we're doing really good. We're almost to 4,900. That's the goal is for this stream is to hit 4,900. Okay, so welcome to Polywhirl. Enter your username and password. Anybody have like a good template we could look at? Like a good... Okay, so this is going to be register. Dummy password. Or we'll say... dummy password. Not found. Already have an account. That goes to /login. Okay, so this will be user register.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust
Hey.
me. You're not that guy. Okay. Okay? You? Absolutely.
Let's get some music going. Been doing this for a little bit now. Yeah, it's a serious project. I think we're going to try to actually get users here. Okay. Okay, I think that's probably fine. Okay, so that doesn't work. So then we go user register, navigate to the login page if there got you. Okay, so then we're going to go to our client here, export a function, user register, give it some data, API/register. Credentials include post, stringify JSON, body, login field. Registration failed. So that'll go to our API register. / API register. Here in the data here. Where's that button? There it is. Creating account. User register not defined. Okay, so our register page. Not found. Okay, user registers. So this is my register page. Go to yourself and GitHub. Logic is correct. Two small things. Register. Actually, no, login. Set to. Should make the home page, I guess. Still not found on the create. Why are we getting not found? I think it's that error.detail there. What's going on? So register. Not found. Why? Where's this going? On submit, handle submit, on the form submit. Handle submit, please set loading to true. User register, given the email password, navigate to this. Except we set the error message here. So then this goes to here, which goes to register. This is registration failed. Oh, it's wrong URL. Auth, last register. And app.jsx has this login register element. Fail to load resource. API login. Yeah, see, I'm not really sure what's going on here. What's leader? There. Go to localhost /register. Create a new account. Test at gmail.com. Test pass. Let's say password. Password 101. Oh, look at that. Let's go. We got in. Nice. Okay. So now, look at that. So now if we go here and go to our Docker, so there is that user. Test it, gmail.com, yeah. Look at that. Okay, cool. So we got a user. Nice. So now we have users sign in. Oh boy. Cool. That's nice. Cool. Let me go to /login. Now let me do test at gmail.com. Let me do bad, not found. Let me do dummy, or just do password 101. No, we're not in. I thought that was what we were. I thought that was a password. Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta register a new email, I guess. Hold on. test2 at gmail.com. Password 101. Okay. Not found. Why isn't the sign in working? Hey, what's up, Mon? Um, select all from users where oh crap. Oh. That should be logging me in. That should be logging me in. So the login here is something wrong with it. It's that auth login. Hey! Let's go! Oh, nice, nice, nice. All right, this is awesome. We've got fully working well, it's not a page, right? So we'd have to do a button to log out. We'd have to do a button to sign out, right? Like up in our nav or something. Okay, cool. So if I go /register, we're here. Now if I go /login test at gmail.com. Woo! No, it's not really that handmade. I kind of just set up some boilerplate, some basic, like, but the styling is pretty much cloud. I just told it to be very, very minimal, very, very simple. I gave it my sign-in page I did create by hand for the Pocket Farm app we did. So we had a sign-in page I wrote by hand here. That, we took a whole session to write. And so I just took this that we wrote and I said, kind of based off of this current format, let's go ahead and make a sign-in page in a similar kind of sense that I previously wrote, or a login page. Yeah. Okay, so then if we go to, let's go to our home page. So really quickly, if we go to our leaderboard page, and if we just put a button on here, like what if we just throw a button on here? Well, we need okay. I got it working. I am wondering about sign out or log out. If I put a button on the home page for logout, I need to have state in. Good instinct. This is where global auth state comes in. Right now, your app has no concept of if is someone logged in on the front end. Each page is isolated. The leaderboard doesn't know if there's a user. The login page doesn't tell anyone else when a login succeeds. You need a way to share auth state across all pages. In React, the standard pattern for this is context. What is context? Context is React's built-in way to share state across components without passing props through every level. Think of it like a global variable that any component can read. Okay? Without context, app will have to pass user as a prop to Navbar to each page. With context, any component can just ask is there a user directly. What you need: an auth context that stores the current user. A way to check on upload if a cookie exists, call auth/me. A logout function that calls auth/logout and clears this user state. Before you write anything, you still need an auth/me endpoint on the backend. That's the endpoint your frontend will call on load and check if the user's already logged in. Write your endpoint in auth.py first. It's a get endpoint that uses depends to get the current user and returns the current user's info. Okay, so we'll go to our auth.py and we'll add onto here or is it on auth.py? Yeah. So we have at router get. We're gonna get slash me, right? Async def get me. Right, and this is going to take in a current user, which is equal to a depends equals to appends of get what is this on? Are these protected routes? Oh, I think it might be here. No, it's an auth.me. And get current user from dependencies. Get current user Oh, shoot. Yeah, I think that's it. Right? I think that's all we need for get current user. This will be API.dependencies. Okay, so in our client.js now, we need to add a user logout function and a getMe function. So export async function getMe given no data parameters, right? So this is just going to fetch that URL. So const res is equal to await a fetch, and we're going to fetch our base URL /auth /me, and we're going to pass in, right, the necessary credentials is include, right, like we did before. And then method is, there is no method. Like this. So now you return though the resolution object though. So if not res.ok, we're going to return null, else we're going to return res.json, right, like that. Now a logout function is pretty simple in that it's very similar to this, but it's just user logout right? This goes to auth /logout. Right. Deletes the access token. We include, but this time we have a method of post, right? We're making a change here. And that's it. There's no returns. You just do it. But actually, you don't even need to save the variable, right? Like that. Hey, I have shared on Discord. Nice, Vika Spal. Hey, what project is this for? This is my Polymarket project. So I'll show you guys here. So currently, what's going on here? What's going on here? There we go. All right, so this is Polywhirl. We currently are gathering all of the Polymarket leaderboards into an aggregated set. So across all of their fields from economics, politics, sports, everything, all of the addresses for the top leaderboards for that day and that snapshot are captured into data. We go through each of those addresses and parse out their 30 days of closed positions to help, with our speed of our current algorithm. And then we also take all of their open positions. And we compute some more generalized statistics across those positions. So hold up, I have an error here real quick. I need to go to, I changed something. Auth, no. Leader. What's client? What's going on here? No routes match this. Where is that at? Trader address. It's got to be in my main. No. Wouldn't be there, wouldn't be there. I think it's... Trader location, where is this? Raymond and running, just getting into the industry, and this seems like a great way to learn. Yeah, I've been teaching myself for almost 2 years now. I'm streaming live coding here, building projects and stuff live. Crap, where is this? So, leaderboard address, pages, leader, use navigate. Leaderboard. Here. Trader still. Ah. Why am I going to trader here? Because I'm routing from there. So from my leaderboard. There we go. Now we go to leaderboard, that person. So we're here. So I'm gonna make my home page I'm just make this leaderboard. Right, and then what we're gonna do is in our login, navigate to the leaderboard, and register. We're gonna navigate to the leaderboard, and then on leader, when we call back, navigate back to leaderboard. Okay, so now if we refresh this, click leaderboard, user, back to leaderboard. That's an error. No routes match / leaderboard. Leader. Navigate to / leaderboard. Leadboard, leaderboard. There we go. Okay, cool. So now that goes to leaderboard, back to / leaderboard. Now if we get rid of this and go to register, goes to register. Now if we go to login, goes to login. Now if we go to / it should be nothing. Cool. And then what we'll do is that was like a hero page, right? So that's fine. Next thing we need to do here is we have leader set leaderboard params app. We need to so we need to do the logout button, right? So we need to create a context. So let's go ahead and we do source context auth context JSX. Okay, so how would you do this? Store user and state. Create a context. On mount, call get me. I'm not sure how to do this. Okay, so you would do a const auth context is equal to. So this is creating context for our entire app. Create context with null in there to start. A provider component. Okay, export function auth provider, right, which takes in some props of children, right, and then we're going to use state here. So we're going to import use state. So we're going to go const user set user equals to use state, and this will be null. And then we're just going to return an auth context dot provider value equals to user log out. What's going on here? We're going to pass in the children into the provider. Okay. Okay, so this is what I have so far. So we need to use effect context. Create context. Like that. Now we're also going to import get me and user log out. Okay, so I guess you have to add a few more things. Export function, use auth, which returns the use context of auth context. You have async function logout, which calls await user logout, and then sets the user to null. So then get me, I don't know what. Yeah, we're still going on C. We read a little bit about on the book not too long ago, a couple days ago. Auth provider. So then we have a use effect function here. Right? And the logout function also goes in here. I don't really understand. So this calls get me. Then we take the data that we received from the get me and pass it to a function set user on that data. Like this. Whatever this is. This is confusing me. Okay, so then in our app, we would import auth provider, and we would return an auth provider like this. Okay, so this just makes sure that you run get me for every context, basically. So then our login page, so I go back to the leaderboard page and write a simple kind of confused. So now every page in your app can call the use auth hook and get the current user and logout function. Not really following. Let's see that. So now I need to create a component, navbar.jsx. For default function. How do I learn to code? How can I learn to code, brother? Need your help? I got over 500 videos of me streaming live on my channel, man. Do a little bit of digging down on the channel and do a little bit of research for yourself. That'll probably be a good start to helping you at least learn how to code. Getting some exposure to how to ask questions online and figure out answers for yourself. Use the context of the resources that you're given, Maybe check out the channel, see that there's 500 videos of live streaming. That's over 500 videos times minimum, about hour and a half to 2 hours a session. Probably about close to 1,000 hours so far of live coding here on the channel. So if you want to get up to the level that currently I'm at, maybe consider thinking about putting in that many hours. Not to say that it's completely linear, but that cool. So that'll is for default test. So for Navbar. So now let's go into our leaderboard page. Let's go ahead and import Navbar. We're going to say, this is going to be, let's just say, class name, order, width, full, height, I don't know, like 10, 5. Now let's throw this Navbar into our project here. Okay. That's fine. We'll call this leaderboard. This. Polywhirl. What the heck? Huh. What's going on here? Oh, I'm in the wrong. Dummy. So small and above. So here we're gonna do. That's fine. There we go. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll say this is Navbar. Now, what I'll say here is no. Paragraph tag that says we're gonna say if. So I want to use a ternary operator here. Say we're gonna do user dot. Okay, so what are we going to do here? This is going to be if user. Now, what is user? We need to import the hook, right, that we created, auth context, auth context, or use auth. Right, and then we're going to call you what is it? Like that. So email login. So this returns back to function logout. So now we have this import here. You can't help these types of people that shouldn't even think about becoming a programmer. It's interesting, right? You have to be like spoon-fed, like I'm all for like answering like the basic questions and helping people, but if you have to be spoon-fed like things like in terms of that, like just start reading a book, or like maybe like search on Reddit, like other forums that people have asked the same question probably, you know, rather than kind of like disrupting the flow of the code session here. Probably great resources out there to find that answer. But honestly, that's a huge part of coding. Like if you aren't able to look up the resources yourself and figure out answers and push through hard problems and start things, then that's kind of what NivQ Trade was alluding to there. Yeah, I've got a bunch of coding resources on the channel. So checking those out. Read-alongs of books, breakdowns of practice problems, live streaming of the projects here. So this is what it takes, I guess. We're trying, I guess. Okay, so if not a user, so then this is what I have so far here. Good, you're thinking in the right direction. You extract it into a Navbar component, which is cleaner than putting into a leaderboard.jsx. A few things to address. The login button needs a navigate or link. Right now, clicking it does nothing. Okay, so we can import a link from React Router DOM. And that'll link me to, or import navigate. Right? Const navigate is equal to navigate. Let's use navigate. Right? And then that goes to defaults to none. Yeah, just like blank. And we can navigate to that. Okay. So then we're going to navigate to on click and navigate to quote log in. Okay. User email will not exist. Remember, auth.me returns the JWT payload, which is sub and tier. It does not have email. Oh, that's right. The sub is the what username? What is the sub again? Okay, so we want our me to return user info. Okay, so we'll just do probably user tier instead. But then we have this navigate. Hey Vaughn, we did a lot of DSA and Python studying, back previously on the channel about a year ago and stuff. We do a lot more building and stuff, live learning and books. We're calling navigate immediately when the component renders but not when the button is clicked. You need to wrap it on a wrapper function. Okay, so button on click would be a function call to this navigate login button. Now this is unauthorized. Right. So the server responded with unauthorized here. Why is it unauthorized? I got the user. Unauthorized for one. That's expected. Your /me endpoint requires a valid cookie, but the cookie might not be sitting correctly in development. Go to application cookies. Go to DevTools. Inspect. Right. Okay, let's think here. So if we go to /login, that's allowed. Oh, we weren't on any page. Sorry, I'm dumb. We made this a leaderboard. There we go. Okay, so that is there with login here, a button if there's no user. So now if I go to login, I log in to test@gmail.com and do okay, we're signed in, but this still says login. Oh, okay. So this would be if the user display the user's tier, else display the user button login, which we should be logged in right now. Inspect application access token. Oh, there we go. Free. Hey, let's go. So then we'll do a paragraph. Right? Free. If the user's here. Now, what if we don't have user data? We want to display the login button. We're going to do tier. We're going to do a div, which will be user.tier. Inside of a paragraph tag. Right? User.tier. And then we would want to have a logout button. Yeah. Like that. Um, so between center. there no to upper function? Uppercase. Is there a title case? There is. That doesn't work. JavaScript. Yeah, to title case. Oh no. Whatever, we'll just do to upper. Status is free. Okay. There's a pointer. Okay. On click navigate. Button. On click, we're going to navigate to we're just going to run the logout function. I don't think so. We should be close here. 2 bugs. On click navigate logout, passing the logout function to a navigate. Navigate expects a string path, logout is a function. So on click we log out, then go to navigate. Okay. So on click we call logout. We call logout. And then we call navigate. Back to the leaderboard. Nice. Nice. Now if we go and inspect application, nothing in localhost. Nice. Now if I log in, go to test@gmail.com, password 101. Now we're in. Now it says log in still. This calls. Okay, now I.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay? Absolutely.
Update the user state immediately after logging in succeeded rather than waiting for the refresh page to run get me. In our auth context. Right. We have our user effect get me.then data set user data. Log out. Now here would be an async function log in, which would await user login. No, which would just call data. I'll call then in login.jsx. Right, you do so we have to do that. So const login. We want to do use auth. Like that. So that would save the login function to the use auth from use auth hook. So this try await user login is here. Then we would say const user data is equal to, right, await get me. Right, so we put in get me. login. Login on the user data. And then navigate to the leaderboard. Same pattern for register. So we import use auth, const log so for login here, let's take this. Good, but you're navigating to leaderboard, which is an egg. This is a route. Your leaderboard is at this. That's fine. So then in register needs something similar though, right? Two things to fix. Register, navigate to the leaderboard. Same pattern as the login with const login. Which is equal to use auth. Inside of our handle submit function, we try this const user data is equal to await get me. So from API client, we have to type in get me, and then we would do login user data. Okay, so it says logout is free. Logout. Login. test@gmail.com. Password 101. There we go. Status free. Aha! Let's go. Okay. That's good. Nice. Haha. Look at that. Jeez, that was a lot of work. Holy cow. You guys are new here. We're 8 subs away from 4,900. We have 18 people in here. If you guys could sub along, we were over 1,100 views on this stream today. So very, very popular stream. We've been going for 4 hours. So this is a nice long stream, you guys. Okay, so we have the ability to log out, log in, go to the register. If we try to register user test@gmail.com, email already registered. Let's go. Nice. Feels good. Nice. All right. Things are looking pretty good here so far. Hey, 7 subs away from 4,900. Let's go. We got 24 people in here. Cool. So we've successfully implemented log in and log out here. Let me go. Okay, what we'll do is we'll take our navbar here. We'll get some styling tips. Say, this is my navbar. I got the states working across the reg and login page. What styling should we do to the navbar to be consistent with our current setup? Okay. So then let's just take this basic styling here. Boom. And then this should go to her. We want to return a nav here. Okay, and it's going to navigate to leaderboard. Aha! Look at that. Looks kind of funky. Looks pretty silly. Okay, let's see if we can fix some stuff here. So border bottom, background, we don't need to do white. We'll do border bottom gray, 300. We'll do logo span. You go to leader. Go to the leaderboard on a navigate. Font bold, tracking tight. Justify between. Okay, we're gonna do. There we go. Let me max width on that. So we'll say max width actually will be 90%. We'll go 95%. Adding 4 pixels. Okay. We'll do height 14. This is for the div. The logo itself, Polywhirl, font bold, text, XL, 4XL, 5XL. For XL, the leaderboard, we'll copy this, text 4 and 5XL. There you go. Looks good. Okay, nice. Item sender. So this is for the auth. This is for tier. Okay, for the button here, log in. Gives me cursor, pointer. Add that on to here as well. Okay, we'll log in. test@gmail.com. Password 101. Free. Log out. Okay. I want to do the button. For register here. I want to make that the same button for log out. So we'll log in. Test@gmail.com. Password 101. Free. Log out. Nice. All right, that's what we got so far. We have the ability to see our tier, the ability to log out, log in, user test@gmail.com, password 101, and we're in. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna make maybe the font a little smaller. Whatever, it's fine. And then we can make the size, the height of this maybe up to 17. There we go. That looks good. We're gonna make background gray 200, 100. Probably not. Maybe just 400. That's what we got so far. Log in, register. All right. Cool. I think that this is going to be it for us for today, though. This was a long session. Over 4 hours of us grinding away, building on our project here. So if you enjoyed this coding session, please subscribe and leave a like. I stream almost every single day, me teaching myself computer science and programming from this ground up, reading books like Fluent Python, Python Crash Course, C Programming, A Modern Approach, 2nd edition by K.N. King, DSA in Python, and many others. We've been redoing projects, watching videos like Corey Schaefer's videos, React tutorials, lots of different stuff, and, building all that we can here. So we got a pretty cool project going on so far. Appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me. Thanks so much, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys. Make sure you guys like. We are 6 subs away from 4,900, so I'll see you tomorrow. And bye, guys.